Om Ye This is making a chalk offering. This is the song to move the Dakinis' heart, making talk offering. Blessing for the tea and bread. Using this one verse from the Song of Spiritual Experience, condensed points of the stages propelled by Tibetan Master Tsongkhapa. The first verse: your body is created 1 billion perfect factors of goodness. Your speech satisfies the yearnings of countless sentient beings. Your mind perceives all objects of knowledge exactly as they are. I bow my hat to you, O chief of the Shakya clan.
Tazunu Mojini Jide Bala Lonsu Juba Dan Burawange Danda Nudo Sawa Dan Selende Bachindu Jajuzo Chena Demba Chime Gezen Nami La Soba Namagi Chesu Disosu Ginduri Chadu Kunje Gorangaji Jajundo Chena Demba Chirinye Manami Nyende La Sobe Majura Semjan Chene Dezen Namagi Chedu Disosu Gindure Chadu Kunje Gorochire Chena Demba Losan Wanju Chonga Tashi Chiri Jajundo Chena Demba Gene Galon Wanchen Jadu Panga Wanga Ma Kunjo Puzamo La Soba Namji Chesu Andeju Jade Goni Yadang Andu Sosu Jade Go Sumja Jajundo Chena Demba Gelon Ishe Losan Genzen Shazan Gedo Tumone Andu Sosu Gindure Chadu Hingro Jire Chena Demba Sunamado Denzen Janju Chirin Lamo Kesan Chundun Dundu Denzen La Chirin Yima Chirin Yangchen Puzola Ye Denzen Yeshe Denzen Kansan Denzen Nunzon Pema Dandu Pema Namja Tenkar Akabiba Namila Sobe Yende Duje Nama Yeche Du Andu Sosu Jala Du Jala Du Denje Dan Hingura Nadon Tambaji Chena Demba Chirin Punzo La Soba Chena Demba Punzo Namja La Soba Nama Yeche Du Soja Dudo Jige Che Go Yedon Tamba Chena Demba Geshe Losan Punzo Bobo Sudin La Soba Chena Demba Pama Nyende La So Duje Nama Yeche Du Diso Su Sheba Du Ji Che Goro Ji Don Ye Ji Che Yedon Tamba Jajudo Chena Demba Losan Do Ye Ma Chirin Roga Pa Denze Chena Demba Pa Bu Punjo Nami So Ye Che Du Soje Do Goro Ji Don Da Gizure Gunye Gornire Jajundo Chena Demba Geve Shinyen Chimbo Gin Tubden Pa Losan Da Wa Kunjo Dundu Losan Gyazen Chirin Chunzong Sunama Lamo Chena Demba Geshe Losan Chudu Ma Namje Doma Pa Yishe Damju Nami Aja Laso Mandokara Nami Chirin Nami Laso Ba Namje Chedu Gizure Kunye Huingoro Chigre Jajundo Chena Demba Mandu Aye Oma Luya Dundu Chena Demba Gelonga Wan Chudu Gelon Toden Daraye Gelon Kesan Jimba Kambum Ye Sanji Ye Tema Ye Dejenso Nami Laso Ba Nami Ye Chedu Gizure Chadu Hingor Nishure Chena Demba Gelonga Wan Kense Chena Demba Duya Chirin Laso Ba Nam Ye Chedu Disoso Kunye Hingor Ngabjure Chena Demba Aman Zomba Sundo Kesan Yudun Tashi Mudu Tashi Tenzin Gunsan Tenzin Doblen Tenzin Chonze Laso Ba Nam Ye Chedu Ma Soje Jeba Duden Jeda Hingor Chiti Yedon Jin Biloma Juba Chena Demba Ma Pasan Suzo Chena Demba Bu Chirin Nami Laso Ba Nam Ye Chedu Gizure Chadu Kunje Hingor Sumre Chena Demba Viti Yung Wanzu Yung Girlfriend We Shi Wen Nami When we Angtro Chang Sunzo Be Little Boy Ancestor of and Family La Sobanam Ye Chezu Disore Gindure Chadu Hingor Sumre Chena Demba Densu Henyu Len Yu Chen Ju Ming Ang Hui Sin Ling Hong Ko Korje La Sobe Majuro Semjen Chena Demba Nam Ye Chedu Disozo Saja Dudo Jiche Hingor Gedon Je Bilam Juba Lana Burawange Denda Nudo Sewa Dan Chena Demba Dara Buddhist Center Singapore Dusone Gindure Chade Hingoro Chigre Jajundo Chena Demba Gelon Taba Yaso Gelon Lozan Papa Tendense Chena Demba Gelon Tenzen Yaso Gelon Sonama Yaso Karajam Tashi Chogyonso Hong Ho Vi Nova Fesa Loli Onti La Sobanam Ye Chadu Gizure Chadu Hingoro Sumre Jajundo Chena Demba Chena Rimbo Chende Namda Ane Sing Si La Sobanam Ye Chadu Soja Sheba Duni Giche or Sumti Jidon Sumti Dudon Tamba Jajudo Chena Demba Linshu Givin Linda Sobanam Ye Chedu Soje de Groni Don Tambada Gizure Hingorni Nire Jajudo Chena Demba Ari Mani Soja Chini Nami La Sobanam Ye Chedu Manja Dudo Chi Goro Yedon Tamba Chena Demba Naramba Denzen Raba Nami La Soba Nam Ye Chedu Gizure Hingoro Ngare Chetan Demba Pa Yishe Doje Sodan, Shajundo, Chetan Demba Tuden Yenda Nami Namne, Sheba Dude Jin, Chiti Gedon Tamba, Chetan Demba Jumo Denzen Roma, Momon Guru, Momon Roma Bao, Pamola Soba, Chetan Demba Pa Tuden, Agu Sirin Doje, Agu Sirin, Ama Namye Jumbo Sirin Doje Ma, Namye Sirin Awan Lamo, Se Sirin Sita, Denzin Yishe, Awan Samden, Zuma Awan Samden La Soba Namye Chetu. Andi soje shade gor jidong abja da gendure kunje gor nire chedan den ba lenshi ye li wangbo hongli shi chen ye yen hon se li bonzo na ni de nam je chedo agor ni gya tamba chedan den ba pa mo la so ba chedan den ba den je yang do nor je ni kunga nam be ni de so je chedo soja du den je gor ge don tamba chedan den ba yu ji yen family ni de nam je chedo agor jidong tamba Gyuto Chetan Demba Ma Chiren Wamo Gelon Tuden La Soba Chetan Demba Lozan Chodra Dige Nami Duma Nami La Soba Namje Chedo Gizure Hingor Nishu Tamba Gyuto Chelen Demba Yonda Chetan Demba Lozan Taba La Soba Namje Chedo Disoso Sheba Dito Shekoro Gidon Tamba Gyuto Chetan Demba Ishe Demba Mandoma Chuzo Bumu Chiren Lamo Sunan Pagya Lozan Chodra Chetan Demba Chamba Sheraba Ishe Lamo Rinje Ishe La Soba Namje Chedo Disoso Shadep Or Dudon Tamba Gyuto Chetan Demba Amayan Chetan Demba Shilu Nami La Soba Maju Semje Chetan Dese Chetan Cele Deba Namje Chedo Disoso Shadep Or Jimbum Tamba Gyuto Chetan Demba Changjing Wiching Changjin Chang Yuwin Ancestor Nami La Soba Namje Chedo Disoso Gendure Hingor Ngare Gyuto Chetan Demba Namdan Chetan Cele Deba Namdan Chetan Demba Denze Wangju Pema Yi Chewang Yudun Mimara Samju Namja Nami Tinle Tsoye Nami Kuzan Chudun Nami La Soba Namje Chedo Gendure Chedo Hinye Hor Chure Chetan Demba Dashi Wangju Ane Gunga Lama Tayo Ram Ram Karman Roma La Soba Chetan Demba Janju Chumbe Denzin Panzum Sirin Chundun Sirin Dobye Denzin Choba Denzin Namja Babi Giri Denzin La Soba Namje Chedo Gendure Hingoro Nishu Zengare Rije Gomba Chuyin So Timso Demba Markamba Taba Chodul Gyalden Rimboche Denzin Chuye Genzen Jo Togon Sambo Yongso So De Larian Yangse Nyurdo Chende Gombe Namdra Sama Dagri She Toba Chige Chedo Chetan Demba Yab Sirin Sodan Chetan Demba Ma Yum Yang Ling Lamo Karala Punche Tseyal Chanjo Denzin Taba La Soba Ne Gindure Chado Hor Hingor Sumjo Soni Gyuto Chetan Demba Pa Dawan La Mandroga Mandron La Chimon Droma La Chimon Bunju Chimo Sere Chimo Chedor La Soba Chetan Demba Ama Yanzong Puchiri Yudun Pumo Sanje Chenzum Sire Sandro Tashi Yudun Nami La Soba Namje Chedo Disoso Soja Dan Sheba Duden Chige Chego Chiti Gedon Tamba Gyuto Chetan Demba Mungo Shidan Yebe Kanlen Druben Nande Pasunam Gombo La Soba Chetan Cele Deba Namje Chedo Disoso Kunje Che Hor Chiti Chidon Tamba Gyuto Chetan Demba Gunga Dundo Mabe Ma Osa Bumon Roma Namje Doje Kando Yanje Yunden Doje La Soba Chetan Demba Ma Yanzong Sirin Doje Chewang Lenzong Laje Doje Jese Yanzong Pinso Doje La Soba Namje Chedo Suje Jade Hor Sumdong Tamba Gindure Chado Hor Sumju Tamba Gyuto Chetan Demba Chuyen Dogan Sirin Wangjo Denzin Namka Denzin Namse Denzin Deki La Soba Namje Chedo Soja Da Kunje Che Hor Jiti Tamba Gyuto Chetan Demba Ma Pema Pa Nima Chuma Lozan Chudu Ngudu Nubu Chetan Demba Lakpa Samje La Soba Namje Chedo Soja Dan Sheba Kunje Che Ho Chidon Tamba Gyuto Chetan Demba Ma Denzin Drun So Dan Chetan Demba Majo Samje Namje Chedo Soja Sheba Dude Che Hor Jiti Gedon Tamba Chetan Demba Seche Loba Gombo Ludu Tuden Punzo Tuden Tsirin La Soba Namje Chedo Disoso Soja Duden Che Hor Gedon Tamba Chetan Demba Ama Tashi Droga Denzin Leshe Dawa Chundu Denzin Andun Denzin Yanzo Purbo Tsindin Jambi Ishe She Dundu Tashi Dawa Mingmar Samjo Nami Che Soja Duji Che Hor Gedon Tamba Chetan Demba Mela Lozang Ashoka Nami La Soba Namji Che Sunju Shade Hor Hingor Jimbum Tamba Chetan Demba Gelon Wandu Gelon Jamsen Rinchen La Soba Namji Chedo Soja Duden Che Hor Gedon Tamba Chetan Demba Ishe Lamo Nami La Soba Majo Semje Chetan Demba Namji Che Gindunre Kunje Korsumre, Jajundo Sadana, Jajundo Samjan Sele de Bama, Matsiri Bamu, Mudo Doji, Chambata, Sunin Lamu, Siri Yanzo, Onjo, Tashi Lamo, Samjan Sedan de Ban, Pa Punzorabi, Sonam Nima, Sonam Puzonaminam, Giche, Gizure Che Hinchadu, Gizure Jalde Che Gorji, Tuti Tamba, Jajuzo Sedan de Bama, Lozanduma, Pachuden. Che do Gordo Dundon Tamba, Jaju, Jije Tamba, Pa Rongshang Chu, Pa Ro, Pa Jije Tamba, Pa Rongshar Chu, Chubara Galden, Robin, Gumbe, Kimbo, Tene Chumbe, So Ye Che do, Gindure Chado, Hingor Gurung of Jure, Jaju do Chadan Demba, Pangawano, Yema Galden, Yumdo, Galon Jimel, Sedan Demba, Lozan Jimba, Gawando Gana, Mela Sobanam Yechedu, Manja Dudinche, Gorjite Yadon Tamba. Jajundo Samja Tele de Banamji, Sarauta, Tomene Jasa, the Don Samja Jabet Chidu, Japa Dudeje, Gorjiti Yadon Tamba, Jajujo Samja Tele de Banamji Chedu, Sana Sedan Demba, Australia Nedu, Geshe Dorgala Soba Namne, Gizure Hingo, Gizure Kunje Hingor Jare, Jajujo Samja Tele de Ba Amamima, Mudu Wandi, Sedan Demba Serin Samja, Pumo Pema, Pema Nosonami, Punja Namji Chedu. Manja Dudenje or Yadon Tamba, Celedeba Palazon, Celede Zenamji, Chedan, Sedan Demba, Gelon Jabakes, and Matashi Samona Miche, Manja Jade or Giti Yadon Tamba, Jajudo Celedeba Panizu, Celede Zenamdan, Sedan Demba Jumbo Demba, Geshe Mawan Sundu, La Sobanam Yichedu, Gizuri Hingor Chigre, Jajudo Celedeba Pamani, Celede Zenamdan. Sedan Demba Gelon to the Gindu, Gavation Yanam, Kiche, Soje Jalde, Horek Shidon Tamba, Matsirin Doje Sunam, Gawan, Zomba, Sedan Demba, Matsedan Roma, Geshe, San Trando, Tenzin Chuden, Tenzin Wanjo, Kunga Dundup, Gawan Lamo Naminamji, Chedo, Gesure, Chedo, Horsumre, Sele Deba Punzo Sunam, Mimar Lamo, Tenzin Luto, Conjo Chaze, Siri Yanjan, Tarchunami, Pobo Chunur, La Sobanam Chedo, Disosu. Soja Dudenji, Wormo Yadon Tamba Galden Janse Harno Drugo, Ame Drugo Rimboche, Chunjin Jime to Denta Yerimboche, Lozan, Lo Vietnam, Nami Namji Che, Aja, this also Jade, Hungara Jimbum Tamba. Russia, Ju. Sasha, Utana, Wesa, Sabe, Lodra, Babenya, Wado, Varasi, Sobo, Water, Treme, Esenami, Namji Chedu, Disoso, Hingor, Jiti Yadon Tamba. Kyao do na, Kyao ju na, Sal Darak, Tumo, Kyao ju Yerimba. Ya ganche chi gyane kadin gyong war ju.
Praise to Aryatara. Praise to the 21 Taras. Om, homage to the Venerable Aryatara. Homage, Tara, swift, heroic, whose eyes are like the instant flash of lightning, you who arise from the opening stamens of the lotus face of the Lord of the Three Worlds, Avalokiteshvara. Homage to you, whose face is like 100 autumn moons, completely full and gathered into one, radiating a great and distinguished light, superior to the gathering of 1,000 stars. Homage to you, whose hands are beautifully decorated with a golden blue water-born lotus, who in essence is giving perseverance, asceticism, serenity, patience, and meditation, the very objects of all practices. Homage to the Ujjisha of all the Tathagatas, who reigns in perfect victory over the infinite evils, object of great devotion for the sons of the victorious ones, who have achieved all the paramitas without exception. Homage to you, who with the letters Totare Hum fill the worlds of desire, direction, and space by your feet, pressing over 7 worlds. You draw them all without exception by your power. Homage to you, worshipped by the gods Indra, Agni, Brahma, and Ishvara, who is praised by hosts of spirits, corpse races, Gandharvas, and Yakshas in front of her. Homage to you, who by the power of the mantra Thread and Pet destroys completely all the magical wheels, the yantras, crushing them with your right leg bent and left leg stretched, burning them completely in a whirl of blazing fire. Homage to Ture, the swift one, the great fierce one, who destroys the hero of demons, whose lotus face forming wrathful wrinkles kills all the enemies without exception. Homage to you, whose chest is perfectly adorned with your fingers, showing the gesture symbolic of the 3 gem, or triple gem, a gathered light proceeding from your hands, decorated with the wheels, strikes all directions. Homage to you, whose crown of joy and splendor spread a garland of light around, and who by the great laughter of Tutare overpowers all the worlds and demons. Homage to you, endowed with the power of drawing the assembly of the guardians of the worlds, the one with the whom of wrathful moving wrinkles rescues completely from all miseries. Homage to you, whose head is crowned with the crescent moon, whose ornaments all brilliantly radiate from Amitabha. Among the tresses of your hair, a supreme light constantly beams. Homage to you, who sits in the center of a blazing circle, like the fire at the end of this eon. At the end of the eon, by your right leg stretched and left leg bent, you destroy all forces hostile to the one who wishes to completely turn the wheel of Dharma to. Homage to you, who strikes the surface of the ground with the palm of your hand and beats it with your foot. By the hum of the look of wrathful wrinkle, you shatter all 7 levels. Homage to you, the joyous, virtuous, peaceful one, the very object of serenity, gone beyond sorrow, who, being perfectly endowed with Ha and Om, naturally destroys the great sins. Homage to you, who fully crushes the body of an enemy, of the one who completely desires the supreme turning of the wheel. To you, who rescues by the seed Hum, centered in this 10-syllable mantra. Homage to Ture, the swift one, the very seed in the form of Hung, the stamping of your feet shakes the mountains Meru, Mandala, Vindhya, and the 3 worlds. Homage to you, who holds in your hand the form of the celestial lake, this moon which has the sign of a peaceful animal. By recitation of Tare twice and the syllable Pet, you clear all poisons without exception. Homage to you, whose lotus feet are attended by the Lord of the multitude of gods, who is attended by the Devas and Kinnaras. By the splendor of your joyful armor, you cleared all quarrels and bad dreams. Homage to you, whose eyes of full moon and sun radiate a supreme illuminating light. By recitation of Hara twice and Tutare, you clear away all violent plagues. Homage to you, who, by establishing the 3 ultimates, Omahum, is perfectly endowed with the power of peace, who is the very supreme Ture, the swift one, destroying the hosts of spirits, yakshas, and raised corpses. With that, this praise to the root mantra and the 21 salutations are completed.
Lama Thank Dala
Swaha, Tare, Tutare, Ture, Swaha, Tare, Tutare, Ture, Swaha. This mantra of Aryatara.
Om The temple into shit with the young lady, shit related to church. On top of the shoulder, those should talk or shoulder. On Cambridge in the tower. Love Cambridge in the tower. 타지.
The Heart Sutra. Thus I have heard once the Blessed One was staying in Rajgriha at Volchapik along with a great community of monks and a great community of bodhisattvas, and at that time the Blessed One entered the meditative absorption on the varieties of phenomena called the appearance of the profound. At that time as well, the noble Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva, the great being, clearly beheld the practice of profound perfection of wisdom itself, and saw that even the five aggregates are empty of intrinsic existence. Thereupon, through the Buddha's inspiration, the Venerable Shariputra spoke to noble Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva, the great being, and said, "How should a noble son and daughter who wish to engage in the practice of the profound perfection of wisdom train?" When this had been said, the holy Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva, great being, spoke to the Venerable Shariputra and said, "Shariputra, any noble son or noble daughter who so wishes to engage in the practice of the profound perfection of wisdom should clearly see this way. They should see perfectly that even the five aggregates are empty of intrinsic existence. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Emptiness is not other than form. Form too is not other than emptiness. Likewise, perceptions, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, and consciousness are all empty. Therefore, Shariputra, all phenomena are empty. They are without defining characteristics. They are not born. They do not cease. They are not defiled. They are not undefiled. They are not deficient, and they are not complete. Therefore, Shariputra, in emptiness, there is no form, no feeling, no perception, no mental formation, and no consciousness. There is no eye, no ear, no nose, no tongue, no body, and no mind. There is no form, no sound, no smell, no taste, no texture, and no mental objects. There is no eye element, and so on up to no mind element, including up to no element of mental consciousness. There is no ignorance. There is no extinction of ignorance, and so on up to no aging and death, and no extinction of aging and death. Likewise, there is no suffering, origination, cessation, or path. There is no wisdom, no attainment, and even no non-attainment. Therefore, Shariputra, since Bodhisattvas have no attainment, they rely on this perfection of wisdom and abide in it. Having no obscuration in their minds, they have no fear, and by going utterly beyond error, they will reach the end of nirvana. All the Buddhas too, who abide in the three times, attain the full awakening of unexalted perfect enlightenment by relying on this profound perfection of wisdom. Therefore, one should know that the mantra of the perfection of wisdom, the mantra of the great knowledge, the unexalted mantra, the mantra equal to the unequal, the mantra that quells all suffering, is true because it is not deceptive. The mantra of perfection of wisdom is proclaimed that Yathagate Gate Paragate Parasangate Bodhi Swaha. Shariputra, the Bodhisattva, the great beings, should train in the perfection of wisdom in this way. Thereupon the Blessed One arose from that meditative absorption and commended the holy Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva, the great being, saying, "This is excellent. Excellent, excellent, O noble child. It is just so. It should be just so. One must practice the profound perfection of wisdom just as you have revealed, for then even the Tathagatas will rejoice." As the Blessed One uttered these words, the Venerable Shariputra, the holy Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva, the great being, along with the entire assembly, including the worlds of gods, humans, asuras, Gandharvas, all rejoiced and hailed what the Blessed One had said. Akasamara Zashidara Samaraya Pe, at the end of Heart Sutra, reciting this mantra. Akasamara Zashidara Bodhisattva. So we're going to go through the actual initiation process. So we have already talked about this yesterday. So the meditation, when we do meditation, in the case of Tantra especially, we're not using the coarse level of mind, but in the highest Yoga Tantras particularly, we use the innate clear light mind. So in order for this to actualize within ourselves, in order to actualize this through the power of meditation, we should be able to stop the workings of these coarser levels of mind, the 40, what are known as the 80 conceptions, which are divided into 40, 33, and 7 of the whitish appearance, reddish increase, and then blackish near attainment. And using that clear light mind, the innate clear light mind, then you rise into the illusory body. And then with the help of that, you attain the clear light, ultimate clear light mind. And so these two are combined together, and then you reach that of the union. And so we need to go through an arduous meditation practice. These cannot happen without much effort. So in order to take part in this initiation, you need to visualize the Guru as a Heruka with 4 faces and 12 hands in union with his consort Vajravarahi. So since we are thinking of using this subtlest level of mind, so you should deliberately try to not use the coarse level of mind that we have usually. And so you should deliberately think of stopping the movements of these 80 conceptions, the whitish appearance, the reddish near increase, and then blackish near attainment, and then reach that of the union state. So the Lama must be visualized. You should visualize the Lama as in the form of a deity, which is the union of appearance and reality. Please repeat these requests. O great joy, you are my teacher. Master, please pay attention to me. O great protector, I am seeking the firm ways of great enlightenment. Please bestow on me the pledges. Please confirm me the vows, bodhicitta, too, and please grant me the threefold refuge, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. O protector, please let me into the supreme city of great liberation. So here it says is in this text. Please confer upon me the vows of bodhicitta. So with regard to bodhicitta, the spirit of enlightenment, it is indispensable for the practice of Tantra because it is a method. The Tantra is a method to attain Buddhahood. And so this firm way of great enlightenment, as it is mentioned, so to all sentient beings who are as infinite and limitless as the expanse of the space, they are overwhelmed by their own destructive emotions, and therefore, being under the influence of these negative, destructive emotions, they circle in samsara through karma. And so today, as someone who are born as human beings, because we have the same experience, and we should think of reaching, overcoming this cycle of existence and reach the enlightenment. And no. Yeah, so we need to repeat these lines 2 more times. Please repeat. O great joy, you are my teacher. Master, please pay attention to me. O great protector, I'm seeking the firm ways of great enlightenment. Please bestow on me the pledges. Please bestow on me the vows of bodhicitta. And please grant me the threefold refuge of Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. O protector, please let me into the supreme city of great enlightenment. Please repeat for the third time. O great joy, you are my teacher. Please pay attention to me. O protector, I'm seeking the firm ways of great enlightenment. Please bestow on me the pledges and the bodhicitta. And please grant me the threefold refuge, Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha as well. O protector, please let me into the city of great liberation. So here we come across the words bodhicitta. It is a factor which makes you happy, and it brings about good health as well, because you are happy and joyful. So bodhicitta is something which brings benefit, which is beneficial to oneself as well as others. So even if you may not think of past and future lives, if you have this altruistic thought or the intention and the spirit to benefit others, you will be happy. So I usually talk to people about having a warm heart. As human beings, we are dependent on the community that we live in, the society of human beings. And so if you live in accord with the society, you will be happy. If you are selfish all the time, you would suspect to be friendly with others and not happy. So to fulfill your own goals as well as the goals of others, and temporary as well as ultimate lasting goal of enlightenment, bodhicitta is very precious for all this. His nonsense is asking if we repeated these verses 3 times or not. So Mandala offering. The master of the entire teaching of the Buddha, Vajradhara, who is not different from Vajradhara, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who is omniscient, all-seeing, whose name is Jitun Jambel Ngawang Losan Ishitin Zingyatso. In order to request glorious Chakrasamvara initiation, we make this offering of Mandala. Om Vajra Bhumya Ahum. The foundation is vast, the ground is of gold. Om Vajra Rekyao, the boundary is of a ring of iron mountain encircling the syllable hum. In the center is Mount Meru, the king of mountains. In the east, Purvavideha. In the south, Jambudvipa, this earth. In the west, Apara Godaniya. In the north, Uttarakuru. To the east, Deha and Videha. To the south, Chamara and Apara Chamara. To the south, Sata and Upara Uttaramantrina. Kurav and Kaurav in the north. Here are the jewel mountains, the wishing tree, the bountiful cow, the spontaneous harvest, the precious wheel, the precious jewel, the precious queen, the precious minister, precious elephant, marvelous and precious horse, precious general, and the vase of great wealth. Here is the lady of charm, lady of garland, lady of song, lady of dance, lady of flowers, lady of incense, lady of lamps, and the lady of perfume. Here are the sun and moon. Here are the jeweled canopy and the banner of universal right. Victory in the center is the all bountiful wealth of gods and humans. All these pleasing offerings, perfect, pure, perfect, and complete, we offer to you, gracious Guru, teacher, together with all the glorious and sacred teachers of the lineage. In particular, we offer this to pure realms, these pure realms to you, complete master of the doctrine, refuge and protector, Lord of the Conqueror, omniscient and all-seeing, glorious and noble Lord, requesting you to give the glorious Chakrasamvara initiation. Accept this with your compassion for the sake of all beings, and accepting its grant as your blessings. This ground, anointed with perfume, strewn with flowers, is adorned with Sumeru, the four continents, the sun and the moon. Thinking of it as a blessed Buddha field, we offer it to you. May all beings enjoy the happiness of the perfectly pure Buddha field. Our body, speech, and mind, all the resources and the positive energies collected throughout the three times. I imagine this in the form of this precious mandala with all the Samandabhadra offerings, all excellent offerings. With this visualization, I offer it to the Guru, the meditation deity, the three jewels. Please accept this out of your compassion, kindness, and bless me.
Yeah.
So to ripen our mind stream through the empowerment means not, it doesn't refer to the coarse level of mind, but the innate clear light mind, so that we are able to attain illusory body, clear light, and combine them to attain the union state of enlightenment. And so you need to think about the attainment of illusory body, clear light, and then union. When you when we talk about the ripening of our mind stream. And so next is giving the garments, upper garment and lower garment, and then the crown protrusion. So in the Kal chakra system, the Ushnisha, this crown protrusion is red. That has significance of the related practice by using the vital energy, the motile energy, called lung. So for the time being, you are not allowed to see the deities of the mandala. Therefore, to signify that, you are given a blindfold. But later, when you are able to see the deities, then this you will be making offering of garland of flowers. So you are also given a garland of flowers. And so you are given these the upper garment, lower garment, crown protrusion, blindfold, and then the garland of flowers. So the disciples now should visualize yourself arising in the form of Heruka with one face and two hands. So you instantaneously arise as blue Heruka with one face and two hands. You hold Vajran belt crossed at your heart and stand with your right leg outstretched. On the sun moon disk at your heart is a blue hum. A sun disk at your throat is a red R, and on the moon disk at your crown a white Om. Rays of light from the three syllables illuminate your body with the mantra Om Shri Heruka Ya Vidya Mahe Virya Rajaya Di Mahe Swaha. You invoke the heroes. Next is the request. Please, maybe you should repeat it. I take refuge in the Master, whose body is the nature of all Buddhas. I prostrate to the heroes, yoginis in circles of deities, and the yogic dwelling, referred to as the Lion Yogin, who teaches the ultimate truth. You are an expert in eradicating delusions. Please uproot the delusions, giving rise to hundreds of samsaric faults. Please help me to accomplish the king of the ultimate yoga. So as I explained earlier, you are the expert in eradicating a delusion. So, however much you may think of overcoming these delusions with this coarse mind, it will not happen. So these coarser levels of mind must stop. And then when you are able to actualize this innate clear light mind and be able to transform that or into the path to enlightenment, then these delusions will easily be cut. Please uproot the delusions giving rise to hundreds of samsaric falls. Please help me to accomplish the king of the ultimate yoga, the text says. And then next is ascertaining the disciples' lineage and aspiration, asking you, there are beings who belong to the lineage of Shravakas, Pratyeka Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So within the Bodhisattva lineage, those with Bodhisattva lineage, there are those who have interest in Sutrayana, and then the very sharp faculty ones, those with the very sharp faculty and have a great amount of merit, will have interest in yoga, the Tantra, and within which there are the four sets of Tantras, Kriya, Charya, Yoga, and Anuttara Yoga. And so according to the disciples' different mental dispositions, the Buddha has also given these different sets of Tantra teachings. And so here, when I ask you, my child, who are you? What do you like? Your answer would be, I am the fortunate one, I'm a fortunate one. I like great bliss. So which means using the innate clear light mind and bringing that into the form of great bliss. That is what you are saying by when you say, I like great bliss. Please repeat, I am an unfortunate one, I like great bliss. What is this for you? And then you say, I'm seeking the samaya of Buddhahood. So with this, the Lama ascertains your lineage and aspirations. Next is Bodhisattva vows. So the Paramittayana level of bodhicitta and the Tantrayana level of bodhicitta are they are different in terms of their intensity and strength. So here you should have the intention to reach enlightenment, Buddhahood, for the sake of all sentient beings as quickly as possible. So please repeat these lines for Bodhisattva vows. I take refuge in the three jewels, individually disclose all my non-virtues, rejoice in the virtues of all beings, and mentally take up the enlightenment of a Buddha. Until I'm enlightened, I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. I generate the spirit of enlightenment to fully attain my own and others' welfare. Having generated the spirit of supreme enlightenment, I invite all sentient beings as my guests. Engage in the supreme and wonderful conduct of a Bodhisattva, and may I attain Buddhahood to benefit all wandering beings. Please repeat for the second and third time. I take refuge in the three jewels, individually disclose all my non-virtues, rejoice in the virtues of all beings, mentally take up the enlightenment of a Buddha. Until I'm enlightened, I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. I generate the spirit of enlightenment to fully attain my own and others' welfare. Having generated the spirit of supreme enlightenment, I invite all sentient beings as my guests, and engage in the supreme and wonderful conduct of Bodhisattvas, and may I attain Buddhahood to benefit all wandering beings. At the third repetition, as you say, may I attain Buddhahood to benefit all sentient beings, you should feel convinced that you have received a complete set of Bodhisattva vows, that just as the Lama possesses them, and if you have received it before, they are enhanced. If you have not received it before, you are receiving a fresh set of Bodhisattva vows. Please repeat these lines. I take refuge in the three jewels, individually disclose all non-virtues, rejoice in the virtues of all beings, mentally take up Buddha's enlightenment. Until I am enlightened, I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. I generate the spirit of enlightenment to attain my own others' welfare. Having generated the spirit of supreme enlightenment of my all sentient beings as my guests, engage in the supreme and wonderful contact of Bodhisattvas, and may I attain Buddhahood to benefit all sentient beings. So you are actually saying, having generated this bodhicitta, you are calling on sentient beings as your guests, not thinking in a selfish way for your own benefit. And you are saying, I'm engaging in the conduct of Bodhisattvas to call on our sentient beings to the feast of enlightenment. So having called sentient beings to be your guests, then you need to fulfill their wishes and desires. And therefore you give them teachings that would lead to higher rebirth. And then also to give teachings that would lead them to liberation and enlightenment. And so in order to be able to do this, you need also to practice these yourselves, these teachings. So there is no other means to reach enlightenment. So with regard to Buddhahood, reaching Buddhahood, you may think of in terms of reaching Buddhahood after a period of 3 countless eons. Of course, your courage to reach Buddhahood and your determination may not change, but if you take that long to reach enlightenment, to that extent, sentient beings would suffer. Therefore, you should have the courage and the intention, determination to reach enlightenment, Buddhahood, as quickly as possible through this tantric path by using the innate clear light mind, not just the coarser level of mind. So there is no other means to reach enlightenment other than this progressively higher path to enlightenment, as it is said. Next is taking the tantric vows. Please repeat this. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, please pay attention to me. From now on, until reaching the enlightenment, I, say your name, shall, in the same way as the protectors of the 3 times, generate the unsurpassed excellent spirit of enlightenment that is set on the enlightened state. So all the Buddhas of the 3 times, the protectors as it is referred to here, have reached that state of enlightenment with the help of bodhicitta. So with the help of bodhicitta, I shall firmly observe the 3 kinds of ethical disciplines, keeping ethical precepts, accumulate virtuous dharma, work for the welfare of sentient beings. From now on, I will take the vows of the unequaled 3 jewels, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, that derive from the yoga of Buddha. So Vairocana, I shall perfectly keep the Vajra bell and mudra as well of the great and supreme Vajra lineage, and uphold my Vajra master. Also, as to the wonderful Samaya of the great and supreme Ratna family, I shall engage in the 4 kinds of giving 6 times every day. For the remarkable and pure lotus lineage that has arisen from the great enlightenment, I shall guard the outer and inner teachings, the 3 vehicles and their respective dharmas. For the great and supreme karma family, I shall perfectly adhere to all the vows and make offerings as best I can. I shall cultivate the excellent principle of spirit of enlightenment and completely abide by the vows for the benefit of all sentient beings. Beings who are not yet rescued, I will save. Beings who are not yet freed, I will release. I shall give relief to the ones who are not able to breathe and lead sentient beings to nirvana. Please repeat for the 2nd time.
So the
vows related with Vairocana, the Vajra family lineage, Ratna family lineage, Karma family, and Lotus family and Karma family. I shall cultivate the excellent unsurpassed spirit of enlightenment and completely abide by the vows for the benefit of sentient beings who are not yet rescued. I will say beings who are not yet freed, I will release. I shall give relief to those who are unable to, and lead sentient beings to nirvana. Repeat for the 2nd time. Buddhas and Buddhas. All Buddhas and Buddhas, please pay attention to me. From now on until reaching the essence of enlightenment, I, say your name, shall, in the same way as the protectors of the 3 times, generate the unsurpassed excellent spirit of enlightenment that is set on the enlightened state. And then you take the ethical vows, and then the vows related with Vairocana, the Buddha lineage, and then the Vajra lineage, and then Ratna lineage, Lotus lineage, Karma lineage. I shall cultivate the excellent, unsurpassed spirit of enlightenment and completely abide by the vows for the benefit of all sentient beings. Beings who are not yet rescued, I'll save. Beings who are not yet freed, I'll release. I shall give relief to those in pain and lead sentient beings to nirvana. So with that, you feel convinced that you have received a complete set of tantric vows. In the Charya and Kriya yogas, there are no tantric vows, but in the Yoga Tantra and Anuttara Yoga Tantra, there is the taking of the tantric vows, although there are differences between these two. Next is the mind of all-encompassing yoga, Sarva Yoga Chitta. Sarva Yoga Chitta, generating this mind of all-encompassing yoga. First, you need to meditate on bodhicitta and the view of emptiness. So first, bodhicitta. So all of you, of course, you know this. Bodhicitta is that main mind, which is helped by the two aspirations. And so bodhicitta helps you to accumulate merit, purify negativities, and complete your accumulation of merit and wisdom, and to have the great courage to work for others. If you remain selfish, if you keep selfishness in your heart, then jealousy and arrogance and so forth happen naturally. As opposed to this, if you are dedicated for the welfare of others with bodhicitta, then you will be able to overcome all these negative attitudes. So bodhicitta brings about the ultimate benefit to all sentient beings, as well as the temporary benefits. And so feel determined to cultivate bodhicitta on a daily basis. Bodhisattva Charya Avatara says, all suffering in the world comes from selfishness. All happiness and joy come from wishing others to be happy. What needs to be said more? Look at the difference between the Buddhas who have reached enlightenment and us sentient beings who are left in this samsara. And it says, which intelligent person, which sensible person will feel discouraged to ride the horse of bodhicitta, which leads one from joy to joy and does away with all despair. So if we want to be selfish, we need to be wisely selfish, not be thinking of we should not be thinking of our own well-being, welfare, but think of others, which cherishes others more over others. Although it may seem like you are not at all taking care of yourself, but in fact, with bodhicitta, you are able to fulfill the highest goal of enlightenment for the benefit of others, which in turn benefit yourself in the highest way. And Bodhisattva Charya Avatara says, unless you exchange your joy and happiness with the suffering of others, there's no way you can reach enlightenment. Even in samsara, you will have no happiness. So this selfishness is the root cause of all our misfortunes. It'll create problems to yourself as well as others. So Unless you exchange your joy and happiness with the suffering of others, live alone reaching Buddhahood, even in samsara you will not have happiness. And therefore, Shantideva says, which insensible person would feel discouraged to ride the horse of bodhicitta, which leads one from blissful to blissful state and does away with all despair. Now meditate on bodhicitta, have the intention or the thought to reach enlightenment, Buddhahood, for the benefit of all sentient beings. Think that you will work to reach Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings. And meditate on that. And this bodhicitta, this courageous heart, resolve to work for the benefit of all sentient beings, taking the responsibility to lead sentient beings to enlightenment. Imagine this mind, spirit of enlightenment, transforms into a moon disk at your heart. You yourself, visualizing yourself as Heruka with one face and two hands. And then the ultimate bodhicitta. So, teaching of emptiness is something unique to the Buddha's teaching. And with regard to the emptiness, there are different reasons. So there are those of the diamond splinter, analyzing the causes, the reason of refuting existence and non-existence, analyzing from the point of view of effects, one and many analysis of the nature of things, refuting production from existence and non-existent factor, analysis of both cause and effect, and dependent arising, the king of reasoning. So these reasonings, so analyzing from the point of the cause of things, the diamond splinter, and then analyzing things from the point of view of the effect, refutation of the existence and non-existence. So when you analyze yourself, you can find that you are made of a body and mind, but your body is not you. Your mind is not you. Where is that I then? That you usually have the notion of being me, this and that. But from the top of your body, the crown of your body, down to the sole of your feet, you will not find yourself. Though the non-Buddhist traditions do assert a separate, independent self. So Buddha, out of compassion, has given us teachings to lead us out of this samsara and taught us the emptiness, which is peaceful and unborn and so forth. So the Chitta Matras, of course, talk about an all-basis consciousness or the foundational consciousness. But in the case of prasangikas, everything is merely nominal and designated. So we can talk about and assert me and you and so forth if we accept that things are merely nominal, merely designated. Apart from the body and mind constituents, there is no I, no you as such. From your crown of your head down to the soles of your feet, you cannot find yourself. if you analyze. Even quantum physics today say that things have no objective existence, though they do not deal with the mind as such. But in Buddhism, we say, whether it's the internal things or external things, the mind and matter and so forth, nothing whatever has any objective independent existence. And therefore, meditate on this lack of independent existence in things and self, and place your mind in this meditation on emptiness. So someone who has studied the Prajnaparamita study, done the Prajnaparamita studies, would know about these different reasonings. The diamond splinter reasoning, analyzing from the pure viewpoint of cause, refuting an existence and non-existence, analyzing things from the effect point of view, and one and many, analyzing the nature of things themselves, and so forth. So those things do appear to our mind as if they have some objective independent existence, yet you should have the conviction within yourself that things do not exist that way, but they exist merely by way of designation, mere label and names. But even within that understanding, from the point of view of that understanding of mere labeling, mere name, you can still talk about all the functionalities of things and actions. And so Je Rinpoche has said, this is really helpful to our mind. In the in the three principal aspects of the path, it is said they are being swept away constantly by the four powerful rivers. They are bound tightly with fetters of karma, most difficult to escape. They are trapped inside the iron mesh of self-grasping. They are enveloped from everywhere by the thick mist of ignorance. They take birth within cyclic existence that has no end, where they are endlessly tormented by the three sufferings. By reflecting on your mothers who suffer such conditions, please generate the supreme awakening. So this is with reference to bodhicitta. And then he says, if you do not have the wisdom realizing the ultimate nature, even if you gain familiarity with renunciation and awakening mind, you will not be able to cut the root of samsaric existence. So strive in the means of realizing dependent origination. And then Madhyamaka says, if the intrinsic characteristics of things were to arise dependently, things would come to be destroyed by denying it. Emptiness would then be a cause for the destruction of things, but this is illogical. So real entities, no real entities exist. And then the next verses also down to, likewise, although all things are empty, they do arise from emptiness in the robust way. So verse number 34 to 38 AB. And then the same text, Madhyamaka Avatara by Chandrakirti, says, thus illuminated by the rays of wisdom light, the Bodhisattva sees as clearly as gooseberry on his open palm that the three realms in their entirety are unborn from their very start. So it seemed to be gaining so I'm actually hoping to reach that kind of level. And then it goes on to say, though this mind may rest continuously in cessation and so forth, And finally, in the final verse, and like the king of swans soaring ahead of other accomplished swans. So verses 224 to 226. So, having thought about emptiness, whereby you understand that things are merely designated and they have no independent existence, yet within being merely designated, all the actions, agents, and so forth can be asserted. And then in Pelmartepa, by so dependence signifies that of emptiness, and by designation, the conventionalities of things are not rejected. And therefore, dependent origination is the king of reasoning. So I do reflect on these lines. And then Rinpoche Tsongkhapa says that I am a renunciant, a monk, and well learned, and so forth. And regarding myself too, I have received the bhikshu, the fully ordained monk's vows from my master, abbot of ordination, Japje Yongzhen Ling Rinpoche, and then I have pursued the study of Dharma over a long period of time, and then integrate the teachings within myself, and with the basis of the bodhicitta and the understanding of emptiness as the basis, I then can add the tantric practices by gaining understanding of the difference between the subtle and the coarser levels of mind and so forth, and then using the subtle mind, innate mind, being able to do the deity yoga practices. And in order to do that, you need to meditate on emptiness. And so I am doing these practices with some understanding of emptiness. Within this emptiness, from within the understanding of emptiness, you arise in the form of a deity, and so forth. And so, whatever things exist are dependently originated. So the teaching of dependent origination is an authoritative teaching word of the Buddha. John Lama Rinpoche says in his commentary, interspersed commentary on and so this understanding of emptiness now transforms into a white five-spoked or five-pronged vajra standing on the moon, which represents your bodhicitta. And so meditate on these two, the moon and the vajra, white in color, the vajra standing on the moon disk, representing the ultimate bodhicitta and this the conventional bodhicitta. And so this yoga of ultimate so the mind of all-encompassing yoga is something that we should do on a daily basis. And so, in your daily practice, you should meditate on emptiness and then bodhicitta. So these must be your practice, the main practices in daily life. So with this determination to develop these two principles of the conventional and the ultimate bodhicitta, please repeat this. Om Sarva Yoga Citta Upatayami. Om Sarva Yoga Citta Upatayami. Om Sarva Yoga Citta Upatayami. And then to stabilize, for the stability of this dual mind, the Lama touches your heart with his vajra and recites this mantra, Om Surat Samayatam Ho Siddhibansa Vajra Yatha Sukham. So if you consider yourself as a student of the Dalai Lama, you must make the bodhicitta and the view of emptiness as your fundamental practice. So I make this my fundamental practice, and so you should also do the same. Otherwise, visualizing yourself as a deity with some horns or not are just side practices, so to say. So the most important thing is to reflect on bodhicitta, this spirit of enlightenment, and the altruistic spirit of enlightenment, and that of the view of emptiness. Through these two, you reach the Buddhahood, and therefore, since you consider me your master, your teacher, you are also my Dharma friends and my students. Therefore, you must make these two practices, this dual practice, your fundamental practice in your daily life. So today all the Tathagatas will bless you. But you must not talk about this most secret mantra of all the Buddhas to those who have not entered Mandala or do not have faith in it. So this is exhortation to secrecy. So with regard to bodhicitta, where you think of cherishing others over oneself, and also talking about emptiness, you should not talk about these things to those who have no interest in them. Because if you talk about them, then they may not like it. And so next is entry inside the curtain of the mandala, so within which there are three parts: entering, circumambulating, prostrating, and then second is taking the pledge, and then descent of the wisdom beings and proclamation of the truth. So you have entered the mandala inside the curtain. So this mantra, Om Shri Heruka Vidmahe Viraye Rajayam Ayatma Yadime Mahe Swaha, is to invoke hero. And then the Lama opens the eastern gate with the words, my child, I lead you in the palace of supreme bliss, in this mandala wheel that constitutes the principal deity leading the network of Dakinis. Please repeat this, Maharata, and make anti-clockwise round to the mandala. Vajasado, Adisiddhimam, Maharata, Sundita, Sudoku, Susoku, Vajasado, Adisiddhimam, Maharata, Sundita, Sudoku, Susoku, Vajasado, Adisiddhimam. So circumambulating the mandala 3 times, anti-clockwise, while reciting the mantras. And then at the eastern gate, you make prostration. Please say Om Nama Tehun, touch your crown, and then touch your throat, and then heart. Nama Tehun, Nama Mehun, Nama Namahun Saha. Om Nama Tehun, Nama Mehun, Namo Namahun Saha. So you touch your forehead, or crown, throat, and heart with these 3 mantras. Then make a full body prostration while reciting this. So you are making prostration to the chief deity, the principal deity from the eastern door. Om Peza Dakini, Puja Upastan, Upaya Thanaya, Emanam, Niryatayami. So that will do. Next is prostration to the 4 essence yoginis of the cardinal directions. So please repeat this.
Om Sarva Yogini,
Om Sarva Bira Yogini, Via Puja Upatanaya, Admanam, Neyatayami, Sarva Tathagata,
Bira Yogini,
Dagini, Nirya, Atitita Mam. So from you are prostrating to the Dakini at the eastern gate, and from the Dakini arises a replica, like a lamp, lighting another lamp, and then that dissolves into you. Through this, you attain the nature of the Yogini Dakini. And on your forehead is a syllable thumb, from which a carved knife arises, that is marked with the syllable thumb. Please repeat this from the northern gate at prostration to the Lama. Om Sarvavira Yogini Baya Upuja Abhikegaya Emanam Niyatayami Savatathagata Vira Yogini
Lama De
Abhikitsatumam. So from the Yogini Lama comes forth a replica of the Lama that dissolves into you, and through this you attain the nature of Yogini Lama. So of the 4 yoginis, this is Lama. And then at your throat, imagine a syllable pum, and that please repeat this. Om Sarvabhira Yogini Bea Puja Pabatanaya Imadam Nimatayatayami Sabatathagata Vira Yogini Kandarui Deyatha Hidaya Prabhavati Nayatu Mam. So from Kandarohini arises a replica, like a lamp, lighting another lamp, and dissolves into you. Through this, you attain the nature of Kandarohi. So this is at the western gate. So next is Om Sarvabhira Yogini. This is a prostration to Rupini at the southern gate. Emana Niratayami Sarvatathagata Vira Yogini Rupe Taya Karma Karyantu Mam. So the Rupini duplicates and then dissolves into you. Through this you attain the nature of Rupini, the Yogini Rupini. And for these prostrations, please you fall. Next is again from the eastern gate. You are making prostration to the Lama. Om Guru Charanaya Puja Upathanaya Emanam Niryatayami Sarva Satu Paridanaya Emanam Niyatayami. So you make prostration at the eastern gate. And then next is the disciples being asked to keep the pledges. So today you have entered into the family of all Tathagatas, therefore I shall inspire the Vajra wisdom in you. Through this primordial wisdom you will attain the siddhis of the Tathagatas, not to mention all the other siddhis, but you must not talk about it in the presence of those who have not seen the mandala, otherwise you will definitely break your samaya. And so then you pledge to keep the Tantra practice secret. So if you speak to anyone about your Vajra Samaya, your head will burst. The Lama holds his Vajra to your heart and says, so Tantra must, this is instructing the Tantra must be practiced secretly. Today the glorious Heruka has perfectly entered your heart without a hitch. If you speak about it, he will leave at once. My child, the nectar is a poison that will burn you if you do not keep the samayas, but if you adhere to them, you will attain siddhis, the spiritual feats. Both happens through the water of the fivefold nectar. Om Beza Amrita Udagata. Then so you have been instructed to keep the secrecy of Tantra by explaining its benefits, advantages, and also disadvantages. So do not despise me, the Lama says, and do not go against the samayas. If you do, you will fall into the hells and so on. From now on, I am your Vajrapani. So next is descent of the wisdom beings. All heroes and yoginis, please give me your blessings. Let the glorious Heruka descend into me. Let glorious Heruka descend into me. Let glorious Heruka descend into me. So Lama is inseparable from the principal deity of the mandala and stands with his right leg outstretched. And you appear as a syllable hum from which arises a Vajra marked with syllable hum. The Vajra transforms into you become dark blue Heruka with one face and two arms. You hold Vajra and bell cross at your heart and stand with your right leg outstretched. Beneath your feet from the yam arises a blue bow-shaped mandala, wind mandala that is marked with two fluttering banners. The sole of your feet are each marked with the syllable Jai. Jai, at your navel is the syllable Ram, from which arises triangular fire mandala marked with syllable Ram. At your heart, syllable Lam, arising into the yellow square earth mandala marked at each of its four corners with three-pronged Vajra. At your crown, syllable Bam, from which arise white round water mandala marked with syllable Bam. At your heart and our Heruka and consort, who are half thumb size, from the seed syllable at the heart of the Lama, who is inseparable from the principal deity. Rays of light radiate out and strike the wind mandala. The two syllables Ja at the sole of your feet are blown and by the low wind enter your body and through the pores in the soles of your feet and meet the fire at the navel. The fire blazes upwards, heats the earth at your heart and cause the water at your crown to boil. Nectar flows down from it, which satisfies you. Then the lower winds lift you up into the air. The half-thumb-sized Heruka and his consort at your heart begin to dance like a flash of lightning. The secret places of Heruka and his consort move against one another, which causes rays of red light to come forth and fill your entire body. From the home at your heart of Lama, who is inseparable from the principal deity, rays of light radiate and invite all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, heroes, and yoginis, and they dissolve into you. And the blessings are stabilized with the Tiksha Benza mantra. And next is going around the mandala 3 times. Om 3 times. Om Kendari, please repeat. Om Kendari Hum Hum Pe.
Ko lesum ngosu shaba ma shabar melas. Da lame shargone ngodu chokwa shidi. So dewa.
So circumambulating. Please and listen to this. May the levels, the Lama at the eastern gate turns towards the main deity and says this. May the level of deity's lineage of this perfect mandala into which I let the disciples enter manifest in accordance with the disciples' merit. May their siddhis, the lineage of which they are vessels, and the extent of the power of their merit manifest in this mandala. So the disciples imagine themselves at the mandala and throwing the flower. So with Paticabadzarho, recite repeating that, you throw the flower in the mandala to check which the Buddha family you have special connection to. So the flower fell in the center for Gadintu Rinpoche, and that is indication of belonging to the Akshobhya Vajra lineage. And the Lama ties the flower garland to the head of the disciple and recites this Om Pratikriya Nasan Daimam Sattva Balaha Mahabala, and says, heroic being of the great power, please take care of these disciples until they attain enlightenment. Then removing the blindfold at your heart, on a sun disk is syllable hum, at your forehead syllable ram, and in your eyes syllables hum, om, from which rays of light blaze forth. Propelled by the hum, the ram burns all the virtues, non-virtues and obstructions. The two syllables give off bright light. Think that this cause to remove simultaneously both the veil of your ignorance and blindfold. Remove the blindfold now, please. So today the Lama says the glorious Heruka strives to open your eyes. Once opened the Vajra eyes, seeing everything is unsurpassed. Om Bedzaneta Paparatala 3. Now the Lama is showing you the mandala. So there are the mandalas of the mind, mandala of speech, and mandala of body. In the center of the mandala are Heruka and his consort. And on the eastern lotus petal of the great wheel, bliss wheel is the Yogini, Dakini. In the north is Yogini Lama, and so forth, until in the so Lama in the western, and on the western petal, red Kandarohi, on the southern petal, yellow Rupini, in the 4 intermediate directions, the 4 skulls, cups filled with 5 nectars. In the mind wheel, on the eastern spoke of the mind wheel, Pulira Malaya, are Kandapala and Prachanda. On the northern spoke, Jalandhara, are the Mahakangala and Chandakshi. On the western spoke, Odiyana, are Kangala and Prabhavati. On the southern spoke, Arbhuta are Vikatadamstri and Mahanasa. On the fire southeastern spoke, Godavari, are Sura Vairini and Viramati. On the truthless southern spoke, Rameshwar, are Amitabha and Karavari. On the wind northern spoke, Devikoti, the Vajraprabha and Langeshwari. On the powerful northeastern spoke, Malavad, are Vajradeha and Dromacharya. In the speech wheel now, on the eastern spoke of each wheel, Kamarupa are Ankuraka and Iravati. On the northern spoke, Ote are Vajra Jatila and Mahabhairava. On the western spoke are Mahavira and Vayuveka. On the southern spoke, Kosala are Vajra Humkara and Sura Bakshi. On the fire, southeastern spoke, Kalinga are Subhadra and Shyama Devi. On the truthless southwestern, Lampaka are Vajrabhadra and Subhadra. On the wind northwestern spoke, Kanchira and are Mahabhairava and Hayakama. On the powerful northwestern spoke, Himalaya, the Virupaksha and Kagana. And then the body wheel. Deities and wheel of those with close bonds. And so imagine that you are able to see all these deities in the mandala of the glorious Chakrasamvara. The nature of the next is conferring the empowerments. First is the Vows empowerment, and for which we have the water empowerment, and the request. The Lama says the nature of Dharma is inconceivable. Please grant me the empowerment. So you request that with the mandala offering. The disciples and the empowerment substance arise as akshobhya. Blue in color, one face and two arms. In your right hand you hold a vajra and your left a bell. You embrace your concert mamaki, who holds a carved knife and a skull cover. You are adorned with 6 mudras, and your concert is adorned with 5. You and the deity are deity of empowerment. Deity, that is the empowerment substance, are each seated on the vajra position. In the vajra position, at your forehead is syllable Om, at your throat Ah, at your heart Hum. Rays of light radiate out from the Hum at your heart and Lama of the heart of the Lama, who is inseparable from the principal deity, and invite the wisdom beings and empowerment deities who appear as akshobhya with Pam, Zahum, Bam, who the wisdom beings dissolve into you, and akshobhya of the empowerment substance, and you each become inseparable from the wisdom beings. So the Master then bestowing the empowerment of akshobhya, of the empowerment substance. May all Tathagatas please bestow the empowerment on him. Having thus been requested, the empowerment deities confer the empowerment with the vast water of the crown to the crown of akshobhya, of the empowerment substance. His head is now adorned with Vajrasattva, and the Lama makes offering to him, Argam, Pardim, and so forth, and Lama offers him the 2 types of water music and so forth. Next, the principal deity and his concert goes into union, melts into the nature of bodhicitta, of great bliss, and become the vast water. And then the Lama makes the following request: just as Vajradhara bestowed empowerment, the source of good qualities, on the Buddhas in order to protect wandering beings, so please bestow such here also. Having thus been requested, the 8 female guardians of the 4 gates and the corners drive away all the interfering spirits. The heroes recite verses of auspiciousness. The heroines sing Vajra songs. The Vajra goddesses of form and so on make offerings. The principal deity bears the intention to confer the empowerment. The 4 consorts together with the Varahi holds jewel vases filled with 5 nectars and bestow the empowerments through the crown of your head. And then the auspiciousness verses. The auspiciousness that arises from the Dharma Dhatu is the flaming body of glorious Heruka, the king of the fearsome ones. His Vajra plays in the lotus of the knowledge Vajrahi. Through the power of this truth, may there be auspiciousness, so to rest in great bliss. So this is the uttering of the verses of auspiciousness.
가오로 솔루션 게네 꾸네 내줄베 담버테자 대소로네 뜻이죠. 뜻이 가시 투지를 신께 추진 법주신 보호도네 내좀마다 컨트롤 소지고 강 샤소 스분 중부 소지 녀월 담버이 담버테자 대소로네 뜻이죠. 뜻이 가시 도지 스시 라오 자오쿠 도지 라르 꾸네 제신 다이 자원네 이시 매봉바에 천원 꾸네 용거 담버테자 대소로네 뜻이죠. So
the empowerment is the great Vajra. It is worshipped in all the 3 realms. Sprung from the place of the 3 Vajra secrets, it shall be bestowed upon you. So this vase of water empowerment is given.
Omsaram beredo abikeza omsaram beredo abikeza omsaram beredo abik omsaram beredo abikeza me.
So with these words, the Lama, holding the Vajra, pours the water on the vase on your crown and gives it to you to drink. So through this bestowal of empowerment, your whole body is filled with the nectar and becomes the nature of great bliss. All stains have been purified. The remaining water at your crown transformed Akshobhya and adorns your head. And then the empowering deity is absorbed into the deities. So rays of light radiate out from the home at the heart of the Lama, who is inseparable from the principal deity, and invite all the empowering deities in the form of Akshobhya and his consort. The empowering deities enter you through all the pores of your body, and you become the nature of Akshobhya. And then, having thus attained the utter empowerment of Akshobhya, your stains of aversions are purified, your aggregate of consciousness has been transformed, you attain the primordial wisdom of Dharma Dhatu, and you have the power to achieve the siddhis of the potential to achieve the Akshobhya and his family. So this. And next is the crown empowerment. The disciples and empowerment substances arise in the form of Ratna Sambhava, the same process as before. Do the Akhantaroya mantra, you and the crowns, the material that is used for the empowerment substance dissolved into emptiness. From the sphere of emptiness, you arise as syllable arm that stands on a lotus and sun disk. The arm becomes jewel marked with the syllable arm, which transformed, and you and the empowerment substance arise as yellow Ratna Sambhava with one face, two arms. In your right hand you hold jewel and left bell. You embrace consort Ratnatara, who holds a carved knife and skull. You are adorned with 6 mudras and the consort 5. You and the deity that is empowerment substance are each seated in Vajra position. At your forehead is syllable Om, at your throat A, at your heart Hum. Rays of light radiate from the home at the heart of the Lama, is inseparable from the principal deity of the Mandala. Invite the wisdom beings and empowerment deities who appear as Ratna Sambhava. They dissolve into you, and Ratna Sambhava of the empowerment substance, and each of you become inseparable from the wisdom beings. So then, the bestowing the empowerment of Ratna Sambhava of the empowerment substance. The Lama then requests the empowering deities to grant the empowerment to Ratna Sambhava of the empowerment substance in words. May all the Tathagatas please bestow the empowerment on him. Having thus been requested, the empowering deities confer the empowerment with vows, water to the crown of Ratna Sambhava of the empowerment substance. His head is now adorned with the Vajrasattva, and the Lama makes offering to him. And so forth, and the Lama offers to him the 2 types of water and music and so on. Next, the principal deity and its consort goes into union, melt into the nature of bodhicitta of great bliss and becomes crown, and bestowing the empowerment on the disciples. So next, rays of light radiate from the home at the heart of the Lama, who is inseparable from the main deity, and invite the mandala of 62 deities together with their retinue, and they make offering of drinking water and so forth. Argam Patichaswa and so forth, and the Lama also offers them to the 2 types of water. The Lama then makes these requests, just as the Vajradhara bestowed empowerment, the source of all good qualities, to the Buddhas in order to protect them, wandering beings, so please bestow such here also. Having thus been requested, the 8 female guardians of the 4 gates and the 4 corners drive away the interfering spirits. The heroes recite verses of auspicious, the heroines sing Vajra songs, the Vajra goddess of form, and so forth, and makes offerings. The principal deity bears the intention to confer the empowerment. The 4 consorts, together with the Varahi, hold jeweled vase filled with the 5 nectar and bestow the empowerment through the crown of your head. And then the Lama recites these auspicious verses. The auspiciousness that auspicious state that arises from Dhammadhatu is the flaming body of glorious Heruka, the king of fearsome ones. His Vajra plays in the lotus of the knowledge. Through the power of this truth, may there be auspiciousness or to rest in great bliss, and so forth. So the Vajraguru here recites the longer version of these auspiciousness verses. That is composed by Kajarinjin Dorje. The empowerment is the Vajra. Vajra, it is the worshipped in all the 3 realms, sprung from the place of the 3 Vajra secrets. It shall be bestowed upon you. So you are offered this crown empowerment through the combining of the mantra of each of the 24 heroes of the body, speech, and mind will with the mantra of their respective heroines. The Lama recites the quintessence mantra of the consorts, Vajravara, the mantra of 24 heroes, and the mantra of 36 heroines, such as Om Dakini and so forth. And so you have received the crown empowerment. Having thus attained the crown empowerment, that the Sambhava, your stains of arrogance and miserliness are purified. Aggregate of feeling has been transformed. You attained primordial wisdom, equality, and equilibrium, and you have now the power to achieve, power or the potential to achieve the siddhis of Ratna Sambhava and his family. and this completes the Vows empowerment. Next is the Vajra empowerment of Amitabha. So the same process of dissolving into emptiness and so forth. So from the sphere of emptiness and you and the empowerment substance, each arise a syllable Zim that stands on the lotus and Sandis, and Zim becomes the lotus marked with syllable Zim, which transforms, and you and the empowerment substance each arises Amitabha, one face and two arms. In your right hand, your lotus, and left bell, you embrace the consort. Pandaravasan, who holds a carved knife, and this skull cup. You, Amitabha, are adorned with 6 mudras and consort with 5. You and the empowerment substance are each seated in the Vajra position. At your forehead, syllable Om. At your throat, Ah. At your heart, Hum. Rays of light radiate from the Hum at the heart of the Lama, who is inseparable from the principal deity, and invite the wisdom beings and empowerment deities who appear as Amitabha. And Pam Zahumbam, who they dissolve into you and the empowerment substance, and inseparable from the wisdom beings, and bestowing the empowerment of Amitabha on the Amitabha empowerment substance. So may all Tathagatas please bestow the empowerment on him. So you receive the empowerment, and then you meet also offering of the Argampadyam and so forth. So having thus received the Vajra empowerment of Amitabha, your stains of desirous attachment are purified. Your aggregate resentment has been transformed. You attain the primordial wisdom of individual analysis or investigation, and you have the power, you gain the potential to achieve the siddhis of Amitabha and his family. And next is the bell empowerment of Amoga Siddhi. The same process of dissolution into emptiness and arising in the form of the deity Amoga Siddhi happens from the home at the heart of the Lama, who is inseparable from the principal deity. Wisdom beings are invoked, and empowerment deities are invited, who appear as Amoga Siddhi. The wisdom beings dissolve into you, and then Amoga Siddhi of the empowerment substance, and each of you become inseparable from the wisdom beings. And then next is bestowing the empowerment of Amoga Siddhi of the empowerment substance. The Lama then requests the empowering deities to grant the empowerment to Amoga Siddhi of the empowerment substance with the words, "May all the Tathagatas please bestow empowerment on him." So with this request, the empowering deities confer the empowerment with vows, water to the crown of Amoga Siddhi of the empowerment substance. His head is now adorned with Vajrasattva, and the Guru makes offering to him. And the Lama offers him the 2 types of water and music and so forth. The principal deity and consort goes into union, melts into the nature of bodhicitta, of great bliss, and becomes the bell. And next is the uttering of the auspiciousness verse. This auspicious state that arises from the Dhamma Dhatu is the flaming body of glorious Heruka, the king of the fearsome ones. His Vajra plays in the lotus of knowledge Vajrahi. Through the power of this truth, may there be auspiciousness to rest in great bliss. The empowerment is the Vajra. Great Vajra, it is worshipped in all 3 realms, sprung from the place of the 3 Vajra secrets. It shall be bestowed upon you. And so you're given the bell and the Vajra,
시수 매주 주는 왕고 누가 좀만 줄로 저는 줄로 하면서 이제 뭐 전주기 오게 뭐로 줄 어서 왕게 타고야 서마셔
So you receive the Amoghasiddhi
말에
Bell empowerment.
왕나 띵규리셔 라마도 저거 탐매집에 저거 hon게 왜시 왕을 하다 저
The Lama bestows the empowerment with the vast water. Through this, your whole body is filled with nectar, becomes nature of great bliss, it purifies stains. The remaining water on your crown turns from Amoghasiddhi who dons your crown. So, with this, you have received the Amoghasiddhi Bell empowerment of Amoghasiddhi. Having thus received the Bell empowerment of Amoghasiddhi, your stains of envy are purified. Mental engagements or attention is transformed. You attain all-accomplishing primordial wisdom, and you have the power or the potential to achieve the siddhis of Amoghasiddhi and his family. Next is the name empowerment. The Lama purifies you with Om Kanda Ruhi Hum Pe mantra and dissolves into emptiness. You dissolve into emptiness. Rise radiate from the Lama's heart, whom at the Lama's heart, who is inseparable from the principal deity, invites wisdom beings and empowerment deities who appear as Vairocana, and with the Pam Zahumba. All wisdom beings dissolve into you and become separate from you. So the Lama makes this request, just as Vajradhara bestowed empowerments, the source of all good qualities, and so forth. So having thus been requested, the 8 female guardians of the 4 gates and the 4 corners drive away interfering spirits. The heroes recite verses and auspiciousness. The heroines sing Vajra songs. The Vajra goddesses of form and so forth, so on, makes offerings. The principal deity bears the intention to confer the initiation. The 4 consorts together with the Varahi holds jeweled vows filled with 5 nectar and bestow the empowerment to the crown of your and then the auspiciousness state arises from the Dhammadhatu is flaming body of glorious Heruka and so forth. So the empowerment is the Vajra great, is the great Vajra. It is worshipped in the 3 realms, sprung from the blaze of the 3 Vajra secrets. It shall be bestowed upon you. So the Lama holds a Vajra and bell together at your heart. So you received the so that finishes the 5th of the 11 Vows empowerments. So having thus attained the name empowerment of Vairocana, your stains of ignorance have been purified, your aggregate of body has been transformed, you have attained a mirror-like primordial wisdom, and you are empowered to achieve the siddhi of Vairocana and his family. So the next is the mantra empowerment. On the sun disk at the heart of the inner Heruka of the Lama, who is inseparable from the principal deity, is syllable Hum. And so please repeat this mantra. Om Shri Banza, He He, Ru Ru, Gang Hum Hum Pe, Dagin Nizola Shambaram Soha. Om Shri Banza, He He, Ru Ru, Gang Hum Hum Pe, Dagin Nizola Shambaram Soha. Om Shri Banza, He He, Ru Ru, Gang Hum Hum Pe, Dagin Nizola Shambaram Soha. So visualize that with this repetition, the mantra replicas settled on your heart and around the home syllable, and then with the second repetition it becomes inseparable, and then during the third repetition it becomes firm. So, Sublime One, you kindly granted the mantra to me. Sublime One, please bless me. Next is the empowerment of the yogic disciple, imparting the common yogic disciple, and then imparting the uncommon yogic disciple. Imparting the common yogic discipline, the disciple in the Vajra, that is the empowering substance, rises Vajrasattva.
Heruka be chano chi jane tado jo be heruka tishu ten lome yingar tes.
So this Vajra is touched at the heart of the disciples.
Omusawada ga da sede be samaya tire egadam darayame bezosa do hi hon In
your heart resides a radiant Vajrasattva in his consort. From now on, the Lama explains, from now on, hold the inner Vajra of the wisdom, 5 wisdoms, without ever being separated from them. This is the method by which you achieve Vajrasattva. So the main thing here is meditating, always meditating on bodhicitta and the emptiness wisdom. And so if you can hold a Vajra, imagine the Vajra in your heart, it will be good. Then imparting the uncommon yogic disciple, the disciples arise as Heruka in concert. The Lama purifies with you with this Om Kandaruhi mantra, and you dissolve in emptiness. From the sphere of emptiness, you arise syllable Hum that stands on a variegated lotus and sun disk. This transforms into the Vajra marked with Hum. The Hum becomes or transforms into Vajra marked with the Hum syllable, which transforms into you, and you arise as dark blue Heruka with 4 phases. So the deity, the features of the deity are being described with 4 faces, the colors of them, and then the 12 hands, the different implements, each hand holding.
Nyam gudan de botao ve shun me gyumolo jibe megulu mongo jo chaman miru ye tebe lu tamje lo chobo chamdan da longo de sobo shun de moto zo mo gudo bo shi chan yu mo 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 de bo cha ye be yogi gubona jibe taba dishilo so ba cha 강원 여기 셔도 예배 수도 워저 그나 되셔도 저 딩수게 되고 저 개버지고 되게 매저고 님에서 시지 저 차도 지지 차도 지금 얘기를 해야 되는 레버 저 수시보는 뭐고 뭔가 저도 제자도 줘 로마노 지죠 옴 저뭐 두고 홍 라마도서 오다메 데베 두고 홍 고모도 데베 20보다 원가 하나 장장 팬 자고모 20보다 이거 20보다 뭐 제소도 임시 방모등에 어머서 와다는 거다 에빙의 소모시로 셰수지 보면 셰수시 원고에 여러 매기보다 유로 남는 게 깨다 봐 줘. 다 네, 가정가다 장되고 퇴바.
The next is giving the Katonka staff.
네 가정가.
So to the disciples, this is Katonka.
장되고. 뒤쪽에 누구야?
This is called Jangtyu, drum.
가정가다 장되고 송시.
And the alms bowl.
지금 못 보여서 뭐지? 가정 장되고 송시상. 헤루가의 가정가 어디 가정다도 헤루가의 가정가 난소만은 자모로 도지 칸로 도지 지구 시시로 창백구배 창백구도 난소다 가정가도 도지는 보우점에 올라오지 그래 가 그래 민두 보우점에 올라오지
So the hero should take this implement. So in your right hand, Vajra, you hold Vajra, and then in your left hand, skull cup.
다되네 인간 낭도야 히루가 여용 천가와 지도 쇼버죠.
So in your heart is the Heruka in consort, the size of a half thumb. So the mudra of the glorious Heruka dwells perfectly outside and inside. You are given a Kadanga staff, Damaru, and alms bell. Hold them, hero. Excellent Kadanga staff, Damaru, and alms bell. The glorious Heruka is Kadanga staff. The Yogini is the Damaru drum. The Vajra Kadanga staff has Vajra bell that rings out brightly. Wear the Brahmin thread, you Lord of Yogis. You, great hero, you should definitely take the Kadanga staff and the Vajra vessels. The Lama places the Damaru in your right hand, the nectar-filled skull cup in your left hand, and Kadanga staff at the crook of your left elbow, and as a chest ornament, he gives you the Brahmin thread. So if you are able to keep all these practices and observe the samayas and so forth, then the Lama makes this prediction and assurance. I predict the following. You will have the nature of three wheels. You will become Tathagata, all glorious Heruka, who has the nature of the Buddha. And then the great kingdom of three realms is the source of the wonderful qualities. You'll be triumphant over all Maras and enter the supreme city. And this completes the 9th of the 11 empowerments. Please repeat this for the uncommon Vajramasa and Shimitopa. Great hero, please grant me the here and now, the irrevocable, great empowerment that causes wandering beings to not fixate on characteristics. So not fixate on characteristics means stopping all the adventitious states of coarse state of mind and actualize this innate clear light mind. So all the other states of mind arise from this basic clear light, innate clear light mind, and this one is the one which goes all the way to the Buddhahood. So the Lama purifies you with Om Kantari mantra, and you dissolve from the sphere of emptiness. A jewel throne arises that is supported by lions and serves as an empowerment platform. On top of the throne, you arise as syllable Hum and stands on a lotus and sun disk. The Hum becomes a blue Vajra that is marked with the syllable Hum, which transforms, and you arise as blue Vajradhara with one face and two arms. In your right hand, you hold a Vajra. In your left, a bell. You are embracing Vajratupa, who holds the carved knife and the skull cup. You are adorned with the 6 mudras. In your concert 5, you are seated in the Vajra position. At your forehead is syllable Om, at your throat Ah, and at your heart Hum. Rays of light radiate from the Hum at the heart of the Master, who is inseparable from the principal deity, and invite the wisdom beings who appear as Vajradhara. So above you,
so other long day but he the bit charge to the road can't learn the time to she charge
it is explained that the sound of the bell emptiness of all yoginis, wisdom realizing emptiness encompasses everything. You should all hold the bell forever. The conqueror considers that supreme enlightenment. The hero holds a Vajra bell in his hand. It is the Lord of the 3 wheels. By nature beautiful, it gives you joy. It is blessed as the Mahamudra. So with the rays of light, and the wisdom deities invited, they dissolve into you. Above you is a white parasol with a golden handle. To your right, victory banner. To your left, flags. And in all directions are clouds of offerings. So with the Kandarohi mantra, the Vajra and the bell dissolves in emptiness. From the sphere of emptiness appear syllables Hum and Ah. And Hum arises Vajra, that is nature of Vajra. So the Ah arises the bell, that has nature of Vajratupa. So through that, all the Buddhas rest in hands of Heruka. You too should hold it forever. The yogic discipline of glorious Heruka is firm. So after the verse that was recited before, at the part of the yogic, the Lama recites this. The heroic being who has no beginning nor end is Vajrasattva, the great joy. He is the nature of that, all that is excellent, and in every aspect. In union with Vajratupa, he is the Lord of Lords. He is the sublime and glorious blessed one, the foremost being, Om Mahabenza. The non-dual primordial wisdom, the mind of conqueror that is inseparable from emptiness, is the secret Vajra. In order to be mindful of this Vajra holder, hold the Vajra by way of remembering its suchness, or symbolism. Having thus said, the Lama places the Vajra in your right hand and says, it is explained that the sound of the bell, emptiness, all yoginis, encompass everything. You should also hold the bell forever. The conquerors consider that the supreme enlightenment. The hero holds the Vajra bell in his hand. It is the Lord of the 3 wheels. By nature beautiful, it gives joy. It is blessed as the Mahamudra. So what I'm taking is a cough drop.
dine nanjo ma gongi tribu drogun jinru she. Choji jana tado de sanju so do yawa she.
It is explained the sound of the bell and so forth.
Shin zebe kawa ni. Chaje
The hero holds a vow.
that is nigo chibu shari sha.
It is Lord of three wheels.
Sibo ngo ni ki tas.
The cyclic existence is essentially pure. So cyclic existence, when you try to find for the designated object, you cannot find it.
Khongdu chibe go ne.
So by gaining that insight,
Di chaju usim ji simbe go.
you need to overcome ignorance. And with the help of bodhicitta, it will even overcome the residual stains left by ignorance and negative emotions. So through its essence, we are freed from such existence. The sublime heroic being, pure by nature, enacts the highest existence. Hold the bell by way of remembering in suchness. So hold your two hands in this cross at your heart. While ringing the bell, think that its tone is the sound of the lack of inherent existence of all phenomena. Since the mental body is steady, the samaya of the Bandhara Mudra is described. This body is steady in every way and thus proclaimed as mudra. After the wisdom mudra was blessed, enjoy yourself with all the pleasures and actualize all siddhis. So in order to overcome the dualism of the three visions of white appearance, red increase, and black attainment, you need to realize emptiness and so with the dissolution of all the discourse level of mind, then you actualize the innate clear light mind. So meditating on the body as the body of a deity is the Mahamudra of Great Seal. It is the Samaya of Mudra. You must not transgress. Combining that with the Wisdom Mudra, all siddhis should be attained. So bringing the union of bliss and emptiness that thereby arises the actual Vajra Master empowerment. So you reflect on suchness or emptiness while holding Vajra and bell and making the gesture of embrace in front of your heart. At the same time, you meditate on yourself as Vajrasattva in union with its concert. And so this union of bliss and emptiness that thereby arises is the actual Vajra Master initiation. So next is bestowing the Vajra Master empowerment on disciples. So this recitation of the auspiciousness verse. The auspiciousness state that arises from Dharmadhatu is the flaming body of glorious Heruka, the king of fearsome ones, his Vajra placed in the lotus of knowledge, where he, through the power of this truth, may there be auspiciousness to rest in great bliss. So the empowerment is the Vajra great Vajra. And so through the bestowal of empowerment, your whole body is filled with nectar and becomes nature of great bliss. All stains are purified. The remaining water on your crown transforms into akshobhya and adorns you. All the empowering state is dissolved into you and your crown, through your crown. So think that the rain of flowers falls and that you have been empowered as Dharma King.
Dānyi bōgō dāna zhōman dībē hiru gō tāla, dānyi shōba chāo. Tēnjīn rāban zhōng chīzhēn simzhēn gyūmē rāngshēn nō. Kumsum tēdara shēnē nī simzhēn tēnē nyāmē chū.
So everything is interdependent, and through that understanding, you should serve sentient beings. And your service to sentient beings should be unequaled.
왕 초고라 법에 주 세배 예순조에 법에 왕 셰샤와 되니도 조를 리지쯤 추진 류 담에게 나시 좀 남집에 뭐 연락다 저 거고 저부 주군주에 겨워전도 재소 다전에 상황 정도 맨전도 뒤신 잡아를 쇼
So with this, we are done with the first empowerment. So next is secret empowerment, for which we make the mandala offering.
So
Please repeat, glorious Chakrasamvara, you are the savior of those who are not saved, and refuge for those without refuge, and having great compassion without cause. Please. So when you hold yourself, when you hold others to be more, cherish others over yourself. So the Bodhisattvas, because the Bodhisattvas consider others, even their enemies, as more important to themselves than themselves. Here it says, have great compassion without a cause. Please be my protector, for I lack protection. Principal deity, please help me to become a great being like you. I am mired in the swamp of samsara. Please be my refuge. So now, in order to, before receiving this initiation, the secret initiation, put on your blindfold. So from Zim syllable, you become lotus marked with Zim, which transforms, and you arise into Amitabha, your body in red color, and you have one face and two arms, and holding his lotus and bell. The Lama appears as inseparable from the principal deity in the form of Heruka with one face and two arms. And then the Lama purifies you with the Kandarohi mantra. Knowledge concept dissolves into emptiness. From the sphere of emptiness arises sublime Vajravara, who has red-colored body, one face and two hands and three eyes. She is naked with loosely hanging hair and wears a lower garment made of skin that is done with fragments of skull and so forth. The Lama, whose Heruka goes into union with the concert, the sounds of the joy invite the heroes and heroines. The heroes enter the mouth of Heruka, heroines the mouth of concert. They melt into the light at the heart of Heruka and concert, and respectively, the light that is the nature of heroes move down through the body of the Heruka and transforms into white bodhicitta. The light that is the nature of the heroines moves down through the body of the concert and transforms into red bodhicitta. The white and red bodhicitta are merged and become the conventional bodhicitta. Put some of these actually blessed in your offering in your tongue. That is the Lama says, that is the great and marvelous samaya of the heroes and goddesses. Know that the taste that has the 5 elements experience that bliss. Just as Vajradhara and others bestow empowerment on the heirs in the past, so I confer the empowerment. So the Lama explains, Allah's its great bliss. And so imagine great bliss arising in you and say this. Thus you have received the second empowerment in the Mandala of Permission Bodhicitta. It primarily cleanses from the heart of the Lama Heruka and his consorts. It's Heruka and his consort who dissolves at your throat. The Lama recites the 3 syllables. So with this, all the negativities and obscurations that you have created through your speech are cleansed. And in the future, think of, feel determined to use your speech to benefit others. And remove the blindfolds. So thus you have received the secret empowerment in the Mandala of conventional bodhicitta. It primarily cleanses the stains of your speech. You have been empowered to meditate on the complete stage of the unconventional illusory body that will bless you, and you have become a fortunate one who will attain the resultant Sambhoga Kaya. So with that, we finished the secret empowerment. Next is knowledge, wisdom empowerment. Make prostration to the Mandala Please repeat this request, O Sublime One of Great Peace. You alone are great Vajrayogā. You accomplished the indestructible seal and have arisen from the Vajrayogā. Master, please cause me to become a great being like you. Please protect me. I am mired without protection in the swamp of samsara. I am mired without protection in the swamp of samsara. I am mired without protection in the swamp of the samsara. Please put on the blindfold. So imagine that the goddess is given to you. This goddess is a great mudra. She is the lady who grants endless bliss. Accept the mudra in every way. My child, make the unsurpassed offering. With these words, he offers you the knowledge concert. Hero, how do you take delight? The goddess says, Hero, do you take delight in the stage of bodhicitta? Do you make offerings and pay respect to the knowledge concert, who is self-arisen from the 5 families? Are you now convinced to consume excrement, urine, and so forth? And you reply, O goddess, why would I not take joy in the samayas and so on you described? Why would I not always venerate women? Why would I not make offerings to the lotus? The female deity is pleased, loosens her hair, removes her clothes and displays the descending of the great bliss in the channel at the center of her blooming lotus. So this is the lower end of the central channel. And she is wonderful. My lotus brings all perfect bliss. Whoever relies on it, as per the right, in their presence I shall stay. Rely on the Buddhas. Perform all actions in the lotus. The king of great bliss rests perfectly within it. Bema Benzaho. So you appear as syllable hum from which arises marked with Vajra, marked with syllable hum. The Vajra transforms and you arise as dark blue Heruka with 4 faces. Your main face is black, the first face green, the back face red, and right face, the main face black, right face yellow. Each face has 3 eyes. You have 12 arms. On your forehead wear a chain of 5-pronged Vajras. Your right leg is stretched and tramples on the head of a black Bhairava who has 4 arms. And then the description of that deity, the 12 hands. Your right legs are stretched and tramples the Bhairava and so forth. His first 2 hands are pressed together, and the other two hands, the right hands, hold Damaru. Left hand as sword, your left hand. Legs bent and tramples on the breast of red Kalaratri, who also has 4 arms. Her first 2 hands pressed together. The second right hand holds skull cup and second left hand Katanga staff. Both these beings cushioned beneath your feet have 1 face and 3 eyes and are adorned with the 5 mudras. of the 12 arms, your first. So with these visualizations of yourself and the consort, you have your body as the deity, and your voice as mantra, and your mind as Dharmakaya. These three recognitions must be maintained. So next is rising of the knowledge concert, and then experience the four joys. The perception of the body as a deity and so forth, the perception mantra is your, and the perception dharma is the thought. So with these three, the four joys, you also experience what are known as the four empty states. When you experience the spontaneous and recent joy or bliss, the coarser states of mind dissolve into the subtler ones, and finally all these coarse states of mind dissolve, and you actualize this innate clear light mind. So the bodhicitta moves from the crown to the throat. You experience bliss or joy, and from the throat to the heart, the supreme joy, and then from there to the navel, special joy, and then spontaneous joy as it moves down to the secret place. So here the rays of light radiate out from the seed syllable at the heart of the Lama, who is inseparable from the principle. The rays hook in all the Buddhas of the 10 directions and who dissolve into your body. Through this, the fire of desire melts the bodhicitta that flows from the crown to the head and to your throat and generates joy. When it flows from the throat to the heart, it generates supreme joy. And then from the heart to the navel, it generates special joy. And when it flows from the navel to the tip of the jewel, it generates a primordial wisdom of spontaneous arisen joy that you actualize. And so with that, you go through the dissolution process of the three visions of whitish appearance and so forth. And then you actualize that the spontaneous risen joy and clear light, all empty clear light. And this union of inseparability of bliss and emptiness is the actual knowledge, wisdom, empowerment. And so when you talk about benefiting others, this leaves the imprint for attaining the form body of a Buddha. Please repeat this. Through your kindness, I have received the three main empowerments at your lotus feet. Today, please kindly bestow also the precious fourth empowerment on me. So during the third empowerment, the Lama instructs you, when your body appears as your to your mind as Heruka in union with its concept, your mind is in a state of great bliss that is absorbed in suchness. So from the perspective of your mind, all of this occurs simultaneously with your mind. And so all the different coarser levels of mind dissolve, and you are remained with this innate clear light mind. By familiarizing this mind with numerous methods, eventually the object, that is the suchness of self or selflessness, and the mind, that is the primordial wisdom of great bliss, become of one taste, like water poured into water, without the mind being obstructed by the slightest subtle level of duality, so that the mind becomes the primordial wisdom and of the ultimate clear light. And so here the Rupakaya, the form body of a Buddha, arises from the substantial cause of the wind energy, and with the clear light mind serving as a cooperative factor. The Sambhogakaya, that is the conventional illusory body, and has arisen from the subtlest wind, and body is in embrace with his knowledge concerts, who is a mere reflection of his wisdom mind, the mental aspect of primordial wisdom of the ultimate clear light mind, and the physical aspect of Sambhogakaya, that is the conventional illusory body. They are of one nature and exist in a state of a union as the mandala of the support and the supported mandala. The state of such inconceivable union of these two truths is the fourth empowerment, the actual object of attainment. So at this point, when we think of the body, speech, and mind of a Buddha, the ultimate cause of these three is the innate clear light mind and the wind energy that are inseparable. And therefore, the three secrets of a Buddha become inseparable. So with the mind, clear light mind, you meditate on emptiness. This naturally beautiful concert has overcome outer objects. If you discard this knowledge concept, there is no other method for reaching Buddhahood. Practice the yogic discipline of the knowledge concept, O child. It is the highest of high yogic disciplines. So you have thus attained the precious fourth empowerment, the word empowerment in the mandala of ultimate bodhicitta. This is a prayer of So the prayer and the auspicious verses of the body mandala of Chakrasamvara, according to of the Chakrasamvara Mandala, according to tradition of Masidas, the sadhana of the body. If this mere portion of virtue had already been transformed by the supreme prayers of skillful means of conqueror's son, the inferior results would have swiftly become excellent and would have never exhausted. Whatever virtue exists in the three times should be transformed by great wave of prayers. Since all wise beings engage in this, you too should engage in this skillful means. May I rely properly upon the holy virtuous friend, the source of all of my excellent accumulations of past and present future, as well as the supreme source of all attainments. May I find definite stability by contemplating well his instructions that reveals clearly the freedom and enlightenment, their great meaning, how difficult they are to find, how easily lost the suffering of the lower beings, and how we are protected by going for refuge and observing actions and effects, and thereby perfectly maintain the basis of the path. May my mind constantly renounce samsara, that is as essenceless as a plantain tree, and with a mind of compassion, unable to bear the suffering of others. May I actualize the supreme mind of enlightenment by upholding perfectly the vows of aspiring and engaging bodhicitta, and engaging in the 4 ways of gathering in 6 perfections. Having become a pure vessel through the common path, may I receive the 4 empowerments that definitely have their power to accomplish the 4 bodies, cleanse the 4 stains, and empower me to meditate on the 2 stages. May I protect perfectly the vows, commitments, and promises that I have made, just as they were taught and were perfectly established in the presence of the gurus, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, heroes, and dakinis. In this way, by discovering definite stability in the generational stage, in all my lives I will be blessed and cared for by supreme deities, which will completely ripen my mental continuum for the completion stage and cleanse the stains of ordinary appearance and conceptions. And through perfect effort in the yoga of the 4 sessions, may I generate the realizations of the first stage and cause whatever appears to arise as the mandala of deities. May the actions of my 3 doors be blessed by glorious Heruka's body, speech, and mind. And may I receive the blessings of the deities, turn back obstructions, and complete the collection of merit, gathering all elaborations into clear light, then arising in the form of the nada and entering into the center of the red and white moon, where the form of the vowels and consonants appear like a reflection in a mirror, and then completing the mandala of Heruka by bringing death, intermediate state, and rebirth into the path as truth body, enjoyment body, and emanation. But may I accomplish this all through proper meditation. The supreme place in which Heruka is complete is this essential instruction for penetrating the channel wheels as at the places of the Vajra body that are symbolized by the 4 elements, Mount Meru and lotus. The reddish white moon at the lotus at my level exemplifies collecting and so forth through the red part, from the navel meeting the white part, from the crown, and then collecting the winds through the blazing and dripping within the central channel, which is the definite meaning of spontaneous bone Heruka, from which the complete mandala is generated. Through perfect knowledge of this and meditating in 4 conditions, may I become a vessel for generating the completion stage. By meditating in 4 sessions on the outer and body mandalas of Heruka and bringing back rebirth into the path of emanation body, may I perfect clear appearance of the coarse and subtle outer and inner mandalas. Through meditating on the goddess of the doorways and so forth. If I do not accomplish this state and this life at the time of my death, so by repeatedly bringing the body, beautiful illusory body into the clear light, may I simultaneously give birth to meaning clear light and actualize the union of that needs learning that ultimately leads us to the state of glorious Vajradhara. With this Vajra-like concentration and repeated meditation on the King of Concentration, which is the concentration of the heroic migrator, may I destroy every last mistaken imprints. If I do not accomplish that state in this life at the time of my death, may I be escorted by the venerable father and mother of their retinue with the sound of music and clouds of pleasing offerings and amazing signs. Then at the end of the clear light of death, may I be led to the pure land of darkness with the knowledge holders accomplish the supreme path, and may I too quickly complete this profound path. Millions of powerful yogis have progressed through this profound explanation of Heruka. May it never decline but remain, increase, and become ever greater as a gate for those wishing for liberation. With the unobstructed power to accomplish this method, may the heroes, Dakinis, the retinue, abiding in the 24 supreme places in this world, be unwavering in the eternal assistance to practice. The vastness of space is completely filled with a host of Heruka deities like a pot of sesame seed. Some sends down a rain of various flowers. Some are singing melodious songs of auspicious, and others destroy the obstructive forces with enlightened actions. Bliss arises in the mind by knowing that this glorious spectacle is always dwelling within you. I will proclaim a rosary of auspicious verses. I prostrate to the conqueror possessing 7 limbs of praise, the wondrous marks and signs of glorious complete enjoyment body, constantly frolicking in the taste of the embrace of bliss and emptiness, and the unobservable compassion that abandons the extreme of peace. And to Vajrapani and the treasure holders of all secrets, the secret Saraha, Nagarjuna, Saraha, Shavari, Luipa, Dakipa, Derikapa, Vajragandapa, Rebelship, Jalandhara, Father, Krishna Pada, Viha Pada, Vijay Pada, and to the Guru, Stilopa, Naropa, and so forth. By the auspiciousness of whatever virtue signs exist, may I maintain the teaching as revealed in the stainless biographies of the Supreme Direct and lineage Gurus, and through the descent of their blessings, may there be auspiciousness of the flourishing of the teachings of Chakrasamvara. To the glorious Heruka, the King of great bliss, and the 2 Varahis who bestow supreme bliss, entering into the union of the spring and the drop, and through the auspiciousness of conjoining method and wisdom, may inseparable bliss and emptiness increase in you, and may there be an increase of the auspiciousness of the simultaneously born Chakrasamvara, as all objects of knowledge are thoroughly bound by simultaneous born bliss. From among the 160 million Yogini Tantras that were taught, the Supreme Tantra, superior like the tip of a victory banner, is the Tantra of glorious Chakrasamvara. By the auspiciousness of whatever virtuous signs exist, increasing the treasure of Dharma for you, and eliminating everything incompatible with the Dharma, may there be the auspiciousness of increasing splendor in the 4 directions at heart, with freely hanging hair and beautiful body, are Dakini, Lama, and Indo-European, like the flock of swans attracted to the lotus lake. They converge at the dwellings of those who possess the commitment.
근데 상이 대주 소나야 돼. 아니 주로 추저 기베 토로 소나 예수도 all the participants where you are, please be seated so we over lunch. So tomorrow morning the long puja will start at 10 o'clock. Thank you.